What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys all had a fantastic day or night, depending on where you guys are tuning in from. Let's get after it with another stream here to end off the week. So let's break this down, recap what's gone on here a little bit, and then we'll move forward. So I hopped in my first entry here at what was it? First entry 97.098. So that's right over here. And then we saw it come down to a bit of a profit right away. Looks like I literally hopped in. Oh no, sorry, this is not accurate. I hopped in over here, pulled this trade thing up because I averaged out my entry. I brought it up a little bit by dollar cost averaging through this additional entry that I stacked last night. All right, we see it pull back. I hop in another position here as we see some resistance, approached up here, and then throughout the session overnight. It kind of just held up at this area, broke down a little bit, coming down into some profit with this second entry. And hovering right around that break-even area between the two entries, was in a bit of profit for a minute this morning, and it's pulling back up a little bit. So that's kind of what we're looking at right here, right now. Overall, I like the setup still. I'm going to go to the higher time frame for a second. Overall, I like the setup. That doesn't mean we can't see it pull back a little bit more. It definitely could pull back more. If it does and it still looks clean, I'll throw another entry down. Why not? The setup's looking good. And we also definitely could see it carry on down from here as well. It's looking pretty clean. The second entry was pretty well timed, I think. We're seeing a nice move coming on down a bit. Not too much action yet, but usually when we do start to see the action, it picks up the pace pretty quickly. So, chat, that's the deal with this setup here. All right, it's a pretty decent setup, AUD JPY. There's really not much for me to report on it. It's just doing its thing. It's taking its time a little bit, which is going to happen. My last trade that you guys saw on Euro JPY, I was in that position or in that setup with several positions over the span of a week, right? So sometimes they'll take a bit long, sometimes they won't. But clean setup here overall. Definitely going to continue to hold this one. I'm liking it. I brought my stop loss up a little bit on the first entry, and I guess the second entry too, just to give it a bit more room overnight. I can pull it down a little bit if I feel like, but for now, I don't really see the harm in leaving it where it is. So that'll be the plan, all right? Actually, you know what? I will probably pull it down a little bit just because I don't think it needs to be this high right now. If I felt like I wanted to bring it back up, maybe I could, but for now, it doesn't need to be as high. So I think I'll probably bring the stop losses down around this level here, like 97605. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. All right. Not the most necessary adjustment here right now, but I still feel like, what did I just do? 97605. Okay. So I brought my stop losses down. We're looking pretty good here, chat. We're looking good. If you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to throw it down in the chat section. Be happy to answer or pull up any pairs you guys might be taking a look at yourselves. And I'm ready for a great session here with you guys today. I'm not going to be forcing any additional entries. We're obviously going to have to wait and see how this develops, see if it's worth entering another trade at the time, and we'll go from there. So pretty much what I'd be looking for in terms of possibly finding those entries would be either a break coming down into some profit, something like this. All right, I'll just draw it up. Now, it's not going to look exactly like this. It could, but something along these lines, right, where we see it kind of push down to some profit, pull back up, create a bit of a lower high here where I would then look to find that additional entry, ideally seeing it carry on down from there. So that's one option for me throwing another entry down. The other entry would be something more like this, all right, where if it pulls back on up further, I can look for another entry. It doesn't mean it'll pull up to here, could go here, could go here. I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to wait and see. But if it does pull back up and it looks great for an additional entry, then I would be open to entering another one. I'd probably enter a bit smaller of a lot size on an additional one in drawdown at least. But we'll see what happens, all right? We don't need to force that. We'll let it do its thing and go from there. But let me just let the Telegram know that I updated the stop loss. All right. What's a good lot size for a 1K account? Good question. I mean, at the end of the day, it really does come down to personal risk tolerance. You know, how much risk can you tolerate, throwing out there on a position. With a 1K account, I mean, it also depends on what your goal is, right? If you're trying to flip that account quickly, which is obviously higher risk, you're going to be using higher risk. If you're trying to take that steady growth approach, just small trades where you're, building that skill set, working on your trading, and just kind of not as concerned about the profit you're bringing in, then I'd keep it lower at like 1-2% range. But, if you're increasing the risk, going a little bit higher risk, and that's what you're comfortable with and want to do, then I'd be looking at like probably between like 2 and like 6% risk, something along those lines. Like I said, it really depends on what you're into and how comfortable you are with risk and, with your strategy as well. That's my take on it, at least. Yeah. New trade. No new trade yet. No new trade yet. I hopped in 2 yesterday. One over here, one over here. Average entry is over here now at 97226. And like I said, if we see it pull back further, possible additional entry opportunity. And if it comes down to profit, I would say most likely going to have an additional entry opportunity. All right. So we'll just be patient with it and see what happens. All right. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, that's the plan here, chat. If you guys have any other pairs, feel free to let me know. I'd be happy to pull them up, take a look. I'll probably just do that anyways as well. Entity JPY. So yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I marked up this possible breakout setup here. Had a trend marked up, and just trying to retrace my own thoughts on this. Yeah, so I had this, I don't remember exactly where things were when I marked it up. It could have been above this level of support, might have been below, I'm not too sure. I'm going to guess it was below because I pulled this trend line all the way down here. So pretty much what I would be looking at here at the moment would be something like this. So if it pulls back a little bit further than it's kind of doing right now, and shows some strong support down in this area, I think that'd be a decent opportunity for a possible buy. I'm not saying it's going to 100% work out clean if that's what we see. But if we do see this support, respected, then I would be looking at this chart, seeing what I can do about finding a nice buy, all right? And if we were to break below, assuming it's not like a little slight break below just before coming right back through, if we see a clean break coming down, then I would look for a sell, all right? Just to keep it simple here, but I'm not going to be touching this pair today. I'm probably going to pick this back up next week, all right? Just going into the end of the week here, so I don't need to be throwing new entries down on additional pairs. GJ... I had marked up that if we see it break below and retest this resistance and hold up there, we could see it possibly flip for a nice sell, all right? I don't remember where it was when I marked that up either. I don't know if it had broken out yet or if it did that since. Either way, it doesn't really matter. It broke back above, so that sell's invalid at the moment. If it were to re-break below, then that sell setup is possible once again, and I can see what's going on with that. Seeing as it has broken above, I'd probably be looking at a possible buy, and it looks like I can mark up a trend line like this. And this is actually pretty clean, all right? We see a couple nice rejections on the way down here. A solid break and retest. This retest actually pulls back, respects the support and trend line pretty clean. It's pushing up from there, all right? I don't love the lack of bottom wick on this candle, but the overall setup's looking pretty clean. Okay. There we go. I totally did not check any news or anything. So let's see what happened with my position here. That could have been bad. That could have been bad. I should probably check what's going on. Yeah, so there's news that came out here. I didn't check out the news possibly coming out, so yeah, we'll see what happens with this. So far, nothing too crazy. We didn't get like pumped right out of this trade, so that's nice. That could happen. That's something that has happened and happens from time to time, but usually it's not too much of a concern. Let's see. All right, so some of the JPY pairs are looking good for possible buys, right? And I am in a sell here, so we'll have to see what that means, right? They could kind of move similarly, but at the same time, they don't need to. And, even though I have those buy setups on the other JPY pairs as well, that doesn't mean they're going to play out that way. So I'm still holding on to my sell positions here. I'm totally comfortable with that. If it does come up and take me out, I'm also comfortable with that. But the setup's still clean, and I'm looking to see this move. All right, even if it does come up before it's ready to come down, setup's still decent. Yeah, no reason for me to really get out right now, personally. Chat, if you guys have any other pairs, feel free to let me know, and I'd be happy to pull them up and see what's going on. Let's just check out a few more here, all right? UJ, what I was looking at yesterday was this trendline breakout setup. We see a little bit of a breakout happen here, pullback, which is clean, and this is what I'd be looking for. Same setup still remains what I'd be looking for, and if we could see support hold up here, then I would look for that move coming on up, all right? Not bad at all. Let's be patient, see what happens here. What time is it? It's 10:02, so fresh hour candle. We already got that 4-hour candle closure like an hour ago, so fresh candle here. It's looking pretty good. Possible buy coming out of this setup, but we'll see. We will see. CAD JPY, this is what I have marked up. Obviously, we caught a nice couple positions over here. Pulled up, made a big move coming on down below the support. And the only thing I have marked up is a possible buy if you see this level rebroken above. That doesn't mean I'm necessarily expecting that to happen in this case. I just marked it up because I don't think I'm looking for the sell. You know, even if it pulls up and retests this level and then makes a move coming on down, I don't want to trade that personally. So I'm going to either stay out if that's what we see, or if it does break above, then I can look for that buy. All right, that's my take here on CAD JPY right now. So we'll see how that develops. All right, moving on, Euro JPY. Let's see. Okay, so I'm on the 4-hour again. I'm going to move down to the 1-hour. So had a nice move coming on down. I don't know where the trade thingy went, but yeah, we had a nice sell, or several nice sells coming out of this move here. Was looking for that breakout. We got that breakout. Sold 7 out of 8 positions here. Sold the last one down here at the bottom. And yeah, since then I was saying I could look for another sell after a pullback if that looks clean. It's been pulling back a little bit, but not really clean in the sense of me looking for another sell there. So I stayed out and avoided it. We'll see what happens. It could lead to a buy at this point with the way things are developed. So we'll see what happens with this one. But yet again, another little bit of a trend line that I mark up, and we get that break, pullback, looking clean. So at this point, we could be seeing something like this. You know? This is kind of what I'd be looking at right now here on Euro JPY. All right. Entity CAD was looking for this buy after catching this nice sell. At this point, was looking for the same thing as Euro JPY, where if we could see it break below, maybe I could look for that sell. It didn't do that over here. Since then, it broke below over here, but at that point, I wasn't really looking for the sell. I had marked up a trend line there, and yeah, I mean, since then, it's kind of played out a nice trend line breakout where we get that break and retest, and then it carries on up, all right? Now, I know what I'm about to say is in hindsight, so it's easy to say how I would play it, but I'm still going to do it regardless. So if I'm looking at this in real time, and we see this breakout here, I'm not trading this breakout of the trend line. We still have this resistance here, which hadn't been broken, so I wouldn't be trading this if I'm seeing this breakout in real time. When I would start to look for this opportunity, this is a probably better placed resistance here, right? So when I'm looking for this trade is when we see this level broken above. So we see this level break, retested, and then it makes that move. This is where I'd be looking for an entry on this type of setup. Obviously, that worked out in this case. Might not always work out, but worked out in this case. It works out many a time, and that would be the idea in this situation in hindsight, all right? Now, with what we're looking at right now, I mean, it is carrying on up. It's moving pretty nicely, so I'm not looking for a reversal there. If it were to break below this level here, then I could look for a sell. I wouldn't rush into it, but you know, I'd see how that's looking and possibly find a sell. But I wouldn't really start looking for that until this level of support is broken. And then for the buy, I mean, yeah, I guess I wouldn't be opposed to possibly finding a buy, but what I'd need to see would be more of a pullback towards some support and then look for the entry. And we do kind of have that over here, but I'd probably want more of a significant pullback. All right, so that's what I'm thinking. Probably wouldn't be touching the buy, just because it's kind of just trending up here a little bit, and I don't know, it doesn't look like the best continuation opportunity yet. We could see it develop into something better where, let me show you. If we saw this, then I'd be more inclined to look for a buy. You know, if you see a stronger move coming on up and then a bigger pullback, you know, then I'd look for the buy. So I'd want to see it probably push up further, then make a stronger pullback back down to some support, where I could then look for a buy. But not going to be touching this right now. So that's really the deal. All right, chat. I'm going to move back over to my current setup. So yeah, current candle, I'm not loving the look of it. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Obviously, this isn't looking beautiful with the way we're seeing this current candle. Overall setup's pretty nice though. What I'm looking to see here, what I'm seeing off this current candle is we could get that pullback a little bit further, whether that's back to some resistance a bit higher or even a bit higher than that. We'll see. But I still like the setup, so I will continue to hold. And I'm also comfortable with the risk I have on the trade, so I will be letting it run. All right. Yeah, so my stop loss previously was up at 702, I think, like right in this area, so not much higher up. I would be open to pulling it back up a bit higher if I need to. And by that, I mean, like, if it's pulling back up, but the setup's still clean, at least in my opinion, then I would be open to that, all right? I'm not going to just do it to do it, but, you know, I'm not opposed to doing it either. It's worked very well with my approach here, and it has kept me in many a trade that have gone well, so we'll see. Gold, I'll check it out. I keep forgetting to check out gold because I'm used to not with the earlier stage of this challenge. But let's take a look. I don't remember exactly when I last broke it down. It would have been yesterday or the day before, but either way, it's kind of just been pushing on up. Oops. It's kind of just been pushing on up pretty strong for a while. And I said that I'm really not interested in taking the buys. I don't like to take buys when we're seeing all-time highs being pushed, all right? Not my thing. I'd like to have some clearer targets than that. Doesn't mean it's not going to make a nice move coming on up, but I'm just not going to be day trading that, all right? That's my take on it. What I would be looking for here, which doesn't mean it's going to happen, but this is how I would be, this is what I would need to see in order to hop in a gold position, you know, in the near future, I guess. I would want to see a breakout coming down and a little bit of a reversal. Now, I'm not saying it's going to reverse all the way down, but I'd be looking for at least some sort of smaller reversal, pull back down towards some support like here, all right? So if it breaks, that'd be what I'm looking for. This is probably a big move, so I don't know if I'd be looking for this legitimately, but we'll see. If we can see it break below this trend line, maybe give us a nice pullback up to some resistance, then I would be open to looking for that sell coming on down further towards, you know, I guess this final target, but I would be looking to secure profit along the way as we hit some other levels of support coming down. That's pretty much it here for me on gold. I mean, right now I'm not looking to trade against this trend, but if we do have clear signs of reversal, I wouldn't be opposed to it, all right? Buy scalping, bro. Like I said, I mean, it's been pushing on up, so until we have those, you know, the confirmation I need for a possible reversal sell position, I'd be looking for buys. But personally, I'm not actually looking for buys. I should say I'd be expecting it to carry on up because I'm not actually going to be looking to trade that. But yes. So if we don't see it break below, if it can just hold up in this area above this trend line, I'd be looking to see it carry on up and continue on up further. But I don't think I'd be looking to trade that personally. And then I think I can catch some sort of decent move if we do see this breakout for a reversal. But we're not going to force that. I'm going to give gold probably the weekend and revisit it next week. All right. I'm going to check out Bitcoin just because why not? All right, Bitcoin pushing up. I got to go to like the daily though when I look at Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, it's just been steadily pumping up, especially last couple of days. It's been moving up pretty nicely. Could be approaching some all-time highs here, which would be cool, I guess, right? I don't really care too much. I'm not that invested in Bitcoin. Financially, I'm not invested in Bitcoin at all. But I do have crypto, so I like to see crypto do well. But to be honest, I don't really check my crypto at all because it just takes forever and it's too volatile. And I've lost like 90% of my crypto. So I refuse to sell it. If it goes back, it goes back. But yeah, my crypto is like devalued like 90% and it hurts to look at. So I don't. Let's move on. Back over to AUD JPY. We're seeing it pull back up on me a bit. Let's see what happens here, all right, chat? If it pulls back up and gives me a nice opportunity for an additional entry, I'm going to take advantage. If it pulls back up and takes me out, so be it. We look for a new opportunity at that point, all right? Which, if it takes me out, I probably won't be looking for that new entry this week. I'll have to wait till next week, but we'll see. My lot sizes on these two trades are 0.03 and 0.04, I believe. Let's double check. Yeah, 0.03 on the first entry, 0.04 on the second entry. So my average entry is actually a little bit higher, right? I remember it was coming down like in this area, a little bit above my average entry price or where I have it, and I was in profit. And the reason for that is because they're not the same lot size. The better entry, I guess, the higher entry is a bigger lot size, so it's slightly inaccurate, and off the top of my head, that's not easy math, so I just put this as the average, but the average is probably more like something like this, you know? Well, I can't even move that, but if I have it at 97,226, the average entry is probably at like 97,260 or something. Let me mark something up just to give you guys a little bit more of an idea of what I'm looking for here, just for when I'm, you know, being patient here. I'm trying to figure out how I want to say this. I'll just leave it at this for now. Pullback is clean so far because it's not too bad. I'm going to flip between the time frames here and just take a look. Little pump coming up right now. That's totally cool. We want to see a nice little flip like this, all right? We want to see it pull up, test some resistance, and come back down. And if we see that, I can look for another entry. I'm actually going to mark that up because I probably will do that. So let's see. Let me actually change this. All right, looking for another entry after pullback if clean. All right, that's my little message here for you guys. So far, the pullback is clean, so I want to leave that over here for you guys and mark this up over here. Okay, so we're looking good here, Chad. We're looking fine. Bit of a pullback here. If it can look clean and slow down up in this area, got a decent resistance here, then I can look for that additional entry. If it doesn't, if it just carries on up, then I will take the loss and carry on. All right. Let's see. If the capital is $7, can it grow to 100? Hypothetically, yes. You can grow that to $100. You should be able to. I think my biggest flip was like I think I started with like $200. This is right when I first started trading. So this isn't like a skill type flip. This is just, I got lucky with it, but it just demonstrates it's possible. I had like $200. I took some losses down to like I think I went down to like 13 bucks, and then I flipped it over like 2-3 weeks back up to like 5 grand, which I obviously lost all of it because I was trading max risk. But it is possible. It is possible. And if you want to do it safely, it'll take time. But, you know, big flips do happen. It is possible. The quicker you want that to happen, the more risky you're going to have to get with it. And the higher chance you fuck it up. But it is possible. How to convert $100 to $1,000. Well, I'm demonstrating that for you guys live with this challenge, right? We're taking our time with it, but we're making a dent. We're up about 188%. And, yeah. Is it impossible in 1 day full margin? I don't know. I don't know. I guess anything's possible. But it's not easy. And it's not realistic either. But I'm not going to say it's impossible. Why AUD JPY is so slow? I don't know. You know, sometimes it's going to take its time a little bit, and that's totally okay. You know, it is what it is. If anything, I just look at it as an opportunity to practice my patience and not kind of obsess over my trading and the charts and that, you know. So I don't need my trades to go too quickly. I don't want them to take forever. Obviously, you know, if I hold a trade for a week, I'm losing money every day I hold that trade by just, you know, the fees that are involved. I'm already down a little bit in fees, not much. The first trade like 36 cents, so not a lot. But the last trade where I secured like 140 bucks, I lost like 14 of it to fees just for having positions open. So I don't want it to take forever because it lessens my win if the more days I'm holding it. But at the same time, I don't want to rush it, and I'm cool with the time it takes. I like the active chat. I'm not used to the active chat these days. It's nice. I appreciate you guys. Let's see. It's been a 5 days stuck in the same zone. Why AUD JPY is so slow? Yeah, I don't know. It just is what it is. Sometimes it's going to range a little bit, but not the end of the world. I'm cool being patient with it. Yeah. How many years have I been trading? I've been trading for probably almost 7 years now. I've answered that question several times over the last couple of years I've been streaming. First it was 5, then it was 6, and now, you know, it just jumbles up, but I'm going to say I'll call it 5 to 7 in that range. All right, 5 to 7 years. And I do it like all the time, like all day long for the most part. Like I try not to spend my whole days on the chart as much anymore, but I'm trading like hours a day, every day for those years. And, you know, when you put that much time in, you do pick up a few things. So, you know, just goes to show you, you know, you put in the time, you will develop some skills. It just does take some time. Welcome to the channel, Mike. I appreciate you tuning in. How long will it take to reach $1,000? I don't know. I'm not trying to force a time frame on it. I feel like that would probably lead me to making some poor trading decisions. So I'm just letting it take the time it's going to take. At the pace we're at, though, it probably won't take long. Like, I expect to be done with this challenge if all things go well, like before the end of the year. And when you look at it on a percentage basis, I mean, I'm not going crazy with the risk. I'm not as tight with the risk as I have been earlier with the challenge, but I'm not going absolutely crazy. I did on the last trade by accident, but I try not to go crazy risk, and it's not like I'm throwing 50% risk down on one position. I'm stacking my entries with smaller risk as it kind of develops, giving myself a better average entry. And yeah, I mean, obviously, if I just keep doing that and it keeps pulling back on me, eventually I could blow the account, which is well, not blow the account, but take a big hit. So I'm dialing it back a little bit, but I'm still going pretty good with the multiple entries, decently higher risk. So I expect to finish the challenge sooner than later, but I'm not going to force a time frame on it just because I think that will lead to worse trading decisions. Yeah, it's moving a bit slow right now. It's moving a bit slow, but usually it moves slow until it picks up the pace. And then once it does, it's just a nice move. So we'll see. We'll see. And the cool thing is that since I'm stacking entries, it's not just me sitting here, like blandly waiting. If we see it make a nice move coming down, we see a lower high formed after a pullback, something like this. I'll look for another entry up here, seeing it come down. And then this gives us another pullback. Maybe I look for another entry up here. I'll try and stack some entries at the right time. Keeps it interesting, adding more positions, so that'll be the plan. Can you just have one pair XAU USD? What do you mean by that? Like, is it legit for someone to trade just one pair? If that's your question, it is, for sure. I personally don't do that. I go through phases where I'll trade certain pairs more than others, or maybe even I'm just trading one pair for like time, and it's just I'm not really trading anything else. But I do have probably about 6 to 8 pairs that I like, that I'll take a look at and try and pick the best opportunities for myself. And it is a bit streaky in the sense that like there will be times where I'm finding multiple trades on the same pair and with nothing on another one, and then it switches up. So I like to have a couple different pairs that I like to trade, and that way when one's not doing much, there might be opportunity on another one. But at the same time, I don't want to be checking every single pair, right? That's too much. I think that focusing in on a few is a little bit better. I don't know why you kind of remind me of Timothy Chalamet. Oh, thanks, Mike. I'll take that one as a compliment. Bro, I made 22 into 12. If follow you graph, can I make money? Hypothetically, I mean, you could make money. You might not. I mean, I don't want to just be saying, if you copy me, you're going to make money, because who knows, right? I take losses, and if you don't enter at the same time as me, it could affect things. So who knows, right? But these trade setups that I do take here on stream are generally profitable. So I'm going to say, yeah, probably. Right? There are factors that go into it, but over time as well, like in the longer term, yeah, like I'll take some losses. I'll be on a losing streak at times. It's possible, and it happens. It happened to me recently. So if you catch me at the wrong time in a losing streak, it might not go well. But if you catch me, here every day for several months, that's when we're on a long-term incline, which is the way to look at it, right? Things happen trade to trade, and it's more of a longer-term game, right? You're going to hit losing streaks, you'll hit winning streaks, and it's more so the average of that over time that kind of matters. So longer term, yeah. Not loving this pullback we're seeing, obviously. It's not too bad, though. Let's see what happens in the next bit. If I take it down to the lower time frames, it's not looking too bad. It's just taking its time, giving us a bit of a pullback, but we'll have to wait and see what happens here, all right? I'm going to keep flipping through them because I feel like it tells a bit better of the story of kind of what's going on here, so that'll be the plan over the next little while, chat, all right? Chat, if you guys have any more pairs or anything, feel free to throw them down in the chat section. As always, happy to pull them up, see what I'm thinking. And just to let you guys know, if you guys missed it, my stop loss was at 97,700-ish. I'm okay pulling it back up, or both of them back up, if I feel it's worth doing. If it's pulling back up, but it looks clean and like I think it's going to carry on back down after that pullback, I'd be open to that. But we're not here going to force anything like that. If it looks like the trade is just cooked, then I'll take the L on the chin and we'll carry on. But not giving up on this one. It's a nice setup. That's why I hopped in. Second entry has been pretty good. It's just pulling back past that entry right now. But I don't expect that to hold up. We'll see what happens. All right. NZD USD. Yeah, I'll pull that up right now. Let's see if I have it in my list here. I don't. All right, let's check it out. I'll add this to the favorites list too. Okay, NZD USD, let's take a look. I'll start out here on the 4-hour time frame, all right? Let's see. Just trying to get a bigger picture here of what's going on. So I guess this is like almost a year dating back. Don't need all that information. So generally here I'm looking at it kind of trending down, making lower highs and lower lows, but it's doing its thing, making some decent moves along the way. And so far it's kind of, at least a little bit more recently, I'm kind of looking at September, October more right now. We had some resistance up here. From here, it kind of drops off, falls down a little bit, and then I can also mark up another level down here. Keep in mind, it's more of a zone, so, you know, I can have it marked up here, I can have it marked up a little bit lower. It's generally respecting this level of resistance here as it pulls back. Just to keep it simple here, and I guess, you know, this is a pretty good breakdown anyways. We're approaching this resistance here that I have marked up. It's a pretty decent level of resistance, not the strongest level, but it's up there. It's a pretty strong level of resistance here, former support. And to keep it simple, just because I'm not going to be sitting here on this chart all day, this is what I'm going to be looking at. I'll revisit it, and we'll see how it plays out. If we see it push and break above, then I'd be looking for a possible buy in this range here. And I'd be looking for that entry after it pulls back and tests some support down here, showing that it doesn't want to break back through. And then I'd look for that buy carrying on up. All right, that's a brief breakdown of it. I don't have much more on that for you guys because we're kind of at a point where I need to see it give us that breakout and kind of I need more development here with the setup. But that's the rough look of what I'd want for the buy would be the break and retest coming up above this level, trying to see it move on up towards the next key level. All right, and for the sell, what I'd want to see, I'm sure you hear it all the time from me, but as it approaches this level, if it rejects here and doesn't want to push on through, be looking for something like this, right? We see this initial move coming on up, doesn't want to break through. So I look for the sell here, stop loss pretty tight above this level, like in this area, depending on how that develops. And I target some lower support coming on down, all right? In this case, I'd probably be targeting like down in this area as like a first target, maybe lower if it's gonna break through that and carry on. But yeah, I'd probably be targeting like up in this area primarily, like 0.56800-ish, all right? So that's the deal, all right? Simple little breakdown here. Not much else for me to really dive into. I don't want to overcomplicate my analysis here, especially while I don't really have enough confirmation for anything. So initially, before I can really look for that buy or the sell, we either want to see the breakout above, break and retest for the possible buy, or the retest here, the rejection off of this resistance, where I'd start to look for some sells then, all right? But I don't want to jump the gun it and rush anything like that because, you know, right now it's technically not breaking through, but that doesn't mean it's not going to, right? It hasn't broken through, but that doesn't mean I'm ready to hop in a sell because it could take its time up here, it could range, it could break through in the next 2 hours. We don't know yet, you know? I don't have enough confirmation that this level's been rejected. We do have a good, you know, it looks good that it's doing this so far, that it hasn't broken, at least in the sense of looking for a sell, but it's not enough yet. So if I want to get a little bit more in depth, you know, I probably want to see this reject here, maybe come down a bit, maybe even pull back up once more, whether it tests this level or even a little bit lower, and then I'd look for the sell, all right? So I try and be patient with it, really try and wait for all the possible rejections off of this level before looking for the entry, and really wait it out to see that it doesn't want to break back above, all right? And then I'd look for the sell. And if it does just break through, then same idea. I'd want to then wait and be patient on this pullback, see what's going to happen. You know, the more patient I could be with that, the safer it is, I guess, in terms of avoiding a fake out, but I also could end up missing the position if I wait too long. So really what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to be patient and see what happens here. If it breaks above, you guys know I'm looking for that pullback and rejection here after that retest to then look for the buy. But I have to be careful that it doesn't just re-break back below, because if it re-breaks below, then I'm looking for the sell, right? I got too many things marked up here, it's gonna get confusing. So to recap, simply, for the sell, we want this rejection here, where I could look for the sell coming down. For the buy, we want the break and retest above this level. And if it breaks above, just to be careful, we don't want to rush anything on this pullback because, yeah, it can come down and reject here, but it's still right after it can come down and break back through. And if it breaks back below, I'm not looking for the buy. I'm then looking for the sell, where I then want to see is rejection again and then look for it to come down. I hope that's not too confusing. You know, sometimes when I'm trying to break it down, there's a lot that goes into it, so I'm a bit all over the place, but that's kind of the deal. The deal is break and retest above for the buy, just rejection here for the sell. Obviously, that's pretty brief, but just to simplify it. And then obviously be patient and try and do my best to avoid getting faked out. So if it breaks above, hold off, try and be patient so I can see that it's not going to re-break back below. I want confirmation that it is going to stay above and make that move. And then for the sell, I want to be sure that it's going to be ready, or as sure as I can, I should say, that it's going to be ready to make this move coming on down rather than giving us that break above, even if it's a fake out, right? I'm trying to be patient and do my best with that, all right? I appreciate that, FX Billionaire. I'm glad you're tuning in and enjoying. I appreciate it. You have EU short with AJ. Okay, okay. Let me, oops. I don't even know what this button does. Convert your ideas into a trading bot. Interesting. All right, back over to the charts. So you hopped in an EU sell. Okay. That's what I was looking for, I think. Was it EU that I was looking for that? It was, but since then I marked that up, it has developed and looks like a bit of a trend line breakout. So I remarked it up as this morning, or with you guys here on stream. We'll see. This markup, me showing that I'm looking for this buy, I'm also, you know, I'm not specifically looking for the buy. This is what I want to see for this buy, and so far it's looking pretty clean, but initially I was looking for the possible sell after the pullback, so I want to be cautious of that possibly happening. So, you know, we got some resistance up in here. You know, it could reject here and flip, right? Like I was looking for yesterday, in which case that'd be great. You know, I would love to see this sell. I'd feel more confident in my current sell. Fresh EU analysis. Yeah, I got you. So yeah, my current breakdown here, we caught these nice sells coming on down, made a nice move. Down here, I was seeing if I could look for another possible sell below some support down here, or if it pulled back, I think, was that this pair? I don't know. It doesn't look as good anymore, so I'm not even like really seeing that right now. But anyways, my current take here on Euro JPY is this trend line breakout. This is the primary setup I'd be looking for. We have the break above. We got a bit of a pullback, and it's showing a nice little break coming on up. So I can look for this to carry on up. That'd be the idea. Now, I'm not rushing into this. I'm already in a sell on AUD JPY, so I think I'm going to stick with that for now. But this is the setup I'm looking at primarily here, all right? Come to AUD JPY. Oh, I keep hitting this wrong button. Yeah, I want to see what's going on here, make sure we're okay. All right, so it's pulling back on up a little bit. It's been doing this, so nothing too crazy. Nothing's really changed. It's actually, if I take it down to the lower time frames like the 15, we're seeing a bit of rejection here, which is nice. The previous 15, shoot. Previous 15, we got a bit of a top wick, and it pulled back down and gave us a decent closure. And then the current candle looks like it's opened, just opened like 4 minutes ago. We got no bottom wick, a little bit of a push coming on up. So I like that as well. Still looking for this. All right. Looking for this. So it's pulling back up, but we're looking to see that rejection hold up here at resistance and see it flip and come back down. And if it does, I can look for another entry possibly. All right. Actually, I want to take a look at the 30. Yeah, so 30-minute close like this on the previous candle. Not the best closure, but it doesn't mean too much. We'll have to wait and see. I like the way the current candle's looking, so we could end up seeing it reject and start to flip back down. All right. Actually, I'm liking the 30 a bit more. I'm going to keep my eyes on the 30. Why does that keep happening? I keep losing my my trade thingy. I'll be back in one sec, chat. Let me refresh the page. See if that fixes it. Oh, what the hell? Weird. I don't know what just went on, why those things keep getting taken off my chart, but let's remark that up. All right, average entry is 97,226. My profit level is down there, 95,133. And my stop loss is 97,605. Okay, got this remarked up. Yeah, so we're seeing a nice little rejection here. It looks like we could see it flip and start to come down. Oops. Okay, there we go. So, chat, I'm not rushing into a re-entry here. Even though we're seeing a bit of rejection here, it's too soon. All right, it's too soon for the re-entry, but it could lead to one soon. All right, so that's decent. Let me, 1 second here. Actually, I don't even know why I just did that. It's not necessary. All right, there we go, chat. Yeah, Mike, I think it has some good potential here. I do like trading this pair generally. I wouldn't say it's necessarily my favorite, but it's definitely in my top 5, 6, like the group of pairs that I look at regularly and trade. This is definitely one of them. I do like the opportunities it brings. Sometimes pairs like this will move a bit slow, but so will any other pair. That's just how it goes sometimes, and I'm cool being patient. I'm totally cool being patient. I don't want to be obsessed over the chart and what's going on. I want to analyze it, hop on my trades, keep an eye on it, but I don't want to be glued to the chart all day long, all right? We know what we're looking for here, and now we just wait for it, all right? Oh. Jeez, chat, I don't know how it's October already. I feel like the summer disappeared instantaneously, and now I'm like ghost level pale again. It's brutal. I feel like I was just inside all summer this time around, and not a fan. I feel like I missed the entire summer. It's brutal. Now it's gonna get so brutally cold. Not prepared for it. Chat, let me know, where are you guys tuning in from? Where are you guys watching the stream from? I'm out here in Toronto, if you guys don't know. Some of you guys who've been watching, I'm sure you guys know. But yeah, where are you guys tuning in from? Let me know down below in the chat. Taiwan, awesome. Chat, I might have to go top up on another Red Bull shortly and then return. Damn, I drink way too many of these things. If it keeps moving slow, what if it opens with a big gap up? That's always possible. I've lost funded challenge evaluations because of that. The one time I did a prop firm challenge, I did it it must have been 2 years ago now. It was with my FOREX funds. I don't even know if they're still around. I know there was some controversy with that since then. But yeah, I decided I'm going to do a funded account challenge. I do a 100K challenge. I passed the first stage of the evaluation in 4 trading days. So between Monday and Thursday, I passed it. I think I just take a 0.01 lot size trade on the Friday just to finish out the mandatory trading days at the time. I don't even know if that's still a rule, but I had a mandatory 5 trading days at the time, I think. So I had to do that, and then the fresh week starts up on the Monday or the Sunday, and I'm on the second stage of the evaluation. So all I need to do is pass that stage. I think I needed 5% profit, and then I'd passed the 2 stages. Then I think I got the funded account. I go up 4.5% by Thursday. So like I wake up on Friday, and all I need to do is make 0.5%, and I'm there. I take a trade, I scalp it, quick position. It was definitely greedy of me to do so. I probably should have just waited until the next week, but I'm like, all right, let's just finish this out today so we can start off the next week, and we're already there. Terrible idea in hindsight, but shit happens. You live and you learn. I force a trade. I think it was like a GJ trade. Who knows? This is forever ago. I take a small sell position looking for it to move like super small. It was a very lower time frame scalping position. Just wanted to finish it out really quickly. Market closes because I'd been in this position. I think it was like 2 or 3 o'clock already, my time, Eastern, when I had hopped in that trade. So I was really pushing it with time. Market closes, and right before the market closes, like the spread widens up, and my target is reached. But because the spread has widened, doesn't take me out for the win. I'm still in the trade, and I'm not in the profit that it is showing. Where even though my target has reached with the candles, the spread is not putting it that way. You know what I mean? For lack of a better way of explaining that. And I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll hold the trade through the weekend. Hopefully, when the market opens, we'll just instantly win the trade. All right. Next thing I know, market opens, and there's a massive gap. Market opens, and price is way above my stop loss, and I instantly lost the challenge and did not pass. So shit happens, and never like to see that, but I'm still gonna hold this trade through the weekend. I'm not too concerned about it. Well, at least that's my plan at the moment. We have the whole day ahead of us. We don't know what's gonna happen exactly between now and then, so I'll see. But that's my worst experience with holding trades through the weekends. Doesn't always go down that way. Like I had like 8 positions open last week. Here, I'll show you guys. What was it? Euro JPY? Yeah, so I hopped in all of these positions last week, 2 here on stream. Then I was sick all week. I'm still recovering from that, but I'm feeling definitely good enough to hop on and chat with you guys. Hopped in all these additional entries during the week. Market closes. Yeah, the market closed like right over here, right before my additional entry, I think, because I entered these 2 on the Sunday. Market opens, and I was fine, and I hopped in these trades, and it carried on down and made a beautiful move this week to start it off. All right, so it can go well, it can go bad, we'll see. But I'm going to do the best I can in terms of judgment on how I should play these trades. But we're seeing a nice little reversal happening here, which is what I'm been hoping to see after this little pullback. So we're looking good overall here, chat, I must say. And I'm definitely not opposed to holding through the weekend, especially if we see it come back down to some profit beforehand. Like if price is all the way up here, I'm not going to be excited about holding that trade through the weekend. But if we can see it carry on down or even be in this area, I'm not opposed. Same thing happened to you on the yesterday on the AJ trade. I hate to hear it. It's tough, but you live and you learn. It's going to happen sometimes, and yeah, you just carry on. Minimum trading days is 3 days still. Okay. After this challenge, assuming we can reach the target, hit 1,000. I mean, my initial plan was to then do 1,000 to 10,000, which is really just 100 to 10,000, which would be crazy if we can do that here live. I mean, it's really the same thing. 1,000 to 10,000 is 100 to 1,000, at least mathematically. Obviously, there's more psychological factors that come into play. But same idea. I was thinking about doing that next if we can get there. But at the same time, it would be cool to do a funded challenge on stream as well. So, I mean, we can do it all. We'll see. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just felt under the weather last week. I don't really know what I thought I just had a cold or something. But it kind of hit pretty hard. But yeah, push through. All is good. I appreciate it. Yeah, if we could see this go back into profit, that would be much less risky holding the trade through the weekend. And we got a lot of time between now and then, so I wouldn't be surprised if you can see it come back down. But we'll see, we'll see. I want to reach 10K. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. If we could go from 100 to 10K live, that'd be awesome. And if we could do that, why not go from 10K to 100K then, right? And then 100K to $1 million, right? Just trade $100 to $1 million live on stream. That's the dream. a non-realistic dream, but it's possible. I mean, yeah, it's definitely possible, right? I mean, why not? That would take a long time. That would take multiple years, right? Because this is a $100 account challenge, so I'm a little bit riskier with the way I'm approaching it at the moment. If we hit 10K in the account, I'm not going to be, you know, risking half of that account on one trade, which I don't really intend on doing now either. But you know what I mean? As the numbers grow, like, it becomes real. Like, if it hits multiple 4 figures, even 5 figures, like, it's not really a account flipping game anymore. Like, at that point, we got some real money, and we're going to be scaling it the safe way if we can hit those points, which I know we can. So now we just got to be patient until we get there and just do the same thing day after day, keep trying to improve and get better. And yeah, in no time, that's definitely possible. Uh, 10:47 right now, so we got a 15-minute candle closure about 2 minutes ago. Let's take a look. Okay, I mean, it's holding up in this area, chat. We can see it. Doesn't mean it can't carry on up a little bit further, but so far we're holding up clean. I like what I'm seeing. We were on a good trajectory. News came out, and I didn't check the news. It just popped up a little bit from there, but we are totally cool. And that doesn't signify a reversal here that it's going to carry on up. You know, it made a bit of a move coming on up here, but we can totally see it hold up at resistance and flip and come back down. So that's what I'm looking to see happen. Chat, I will be right back. I'm just going to go grab another Red Bull quickly. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes, all right? Probably less. But I'm having a great stream here. Great time chatting with you guys. I appreciate you guys tuning in so much. And great combos in the chat. I love when you guys are active and we're chatting and having a good time here. It makes the time pass much quicker, and it's just an enjoyable session. So I really appreciate you guys all tuning in. And I'll be right back in a few minutes. Just got to top up on the Red Bull so I can get a little bit more cracked. All right? I'll see you guys in a few. All right, chat, I'm back. All right, what time is it? We got about 4 minutes until, just about 3 minutes actually, until we got that closure on the hour, all right, and the 30 and all that. Hour's not looking too pretty. It's just a nice green pushing up candle like that, but I like the way we're looking here on the 30 and the lower time frames. So overall, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about this setup here. And yeah, we just got to be patient with the chat. We got to be a little bit patient, but overall, we're looking pretty good here. I am liking the setup. Which broker am I using? Does it have alerts on the platform? I am using, okay, so the broker is like Athens Markets or something along those lines. Athens something. I don't know what the technical name of it is. I think Athens Markets. And in terms of alerts, well, this is TradeLocker. It's like there are other brokers that use this software, I guess. It's just a charting platform. It's basically like TradingView, but it's kind of linked into the broker. And my positions and all that stuff are directly tied in. So I do get alerts from TradeLocker. All right. So TradeLocker, like if I place an entry, if I, all that stuff, I can get alerts. And I can also, I think, program more alerts than what I get. Like right now, if I place a trade, I get notifications. If I get taken out of a trade, I get notifications. Pretty much if I do anything to my positions, I get notified. And I can probably set like alerts as well, which I've never really done. I've also really never known how to do that, which is just a skill issue on my end. But yeah, you can set alerts using TradeLocker here. And there are notifications for different activity related to your trades, if that answers your question. Okay, yeah, so we didn't get that closure yet. We got about 2 minutes, about a minute. Let's see how this will end up closing for us, all right? Pullback still looking decent. It's not really pushing up too strong here, which is good, with the way this was looking on the previous candle. Like we could have seen it just carry on up pretty strong, which wouldn't be the most ideal for what we're looking for here, but obviously also wouldn't be the end of the world. But what we're looking at here is pretty clean, in my opinion. So I think we could see this work out pretty nice. And the goal for today, obviously we want to see it move down as far as possible, right? But if we could see it at least come down and close in some profit, that'd be great in terms of holding this through the weekend because, like mentioned earlier in chat, we don't want to see this open up next week and I'm just instantly taken out. And that happens, right? It happens. It doesn't happen every time. I'm not the biggest advocate for holding trades over the weekend, but I'm also not opposed to it, right? It's circumstantial. I'd like to hold this for the weekend. My intention is to hold this for the weekend. Hopefully this does end up shaping up pretty clean. We got all day, so I think there's plenty of time for this to carry on and, reject here and hopefully flip and come back down, all right? And I could end up finding another entry today. I'm not going to force it. It's the end of the week, and I'll most likely just be getting hit with fees that I don't need to be taking. Like in that case, I might as well just look for a new one on Sunday or Monday. But who knows? We'll see. If this looks great and it's making a strong move coming on down, I wouldn't be opposed. So we'll be patient with this one and go from there, all right? Just got the hour closure and a fresh candle opening here. Let's see what happens. Chat, I appreciate you guys all tuning in. It means a lot. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. If you guys are, I would appreciate it if you guys smash that like button for me. Let's see if we can hit like 25 likes. That'd be fantastic. I appreciate the support, chat. Got my new Red Bull. If you guys have any other pairs you guys are taking a look at and you want me to pull it up, feel free, let me know. Happy to continue to take a look at a few other pairs. We're looking good here. I don't feel like I need to be glued to this chart. I do want to keep my eyes on it, but yeah, if you guys have any other pairs, feel free, let me know. I'll pull it up. Let's see what's going on a little bit here myself. I'm trying to think, what setups do I like? I like the NZD JPY setup, but it's kind of in development here a little bit past where I'd be looking for the end. Okay, so with what I'm seeing here, I guess, yeah, what I marked up is still what I want to see. So we got it pushing up a little bit here, bit of ranging at this resistance, and it pulled back a bit and came back up, but I think we could see a further pullback or an additional pullback back down towards some support here. So on NZD JPY, what I'm looking for here is exactly that. Let's see if it'll carry on down and then hold up, excuse me, add some support where I could then look for it to carry on up. Now, I don't think it necessarily has to come down towards this level of support. It can, but it doesn't have to. It can pull back down to here, it can pull back to here. So we'll see. But generally, we want that pullback. We want it to hold up at some support, and then we'd look for the entry with a tight stop loss, probably down in this area, to carry on up, all right, towards some higher resistance, like up in this area, which I think is a decent target as well. So yeah, I'd be looking for a pullback, hop in, move coming up to 86,700-ish area up here, all right? GJ, yeah, I got you. GJ, similar, all right? I got two things marked up here. If it breaks below, I'm looking for this. We see the break and retest. If we see it hold up at the resistance here, I can look for the sell coming on down further. What I prefer is this breakout setup that we're seeing here, right? Trendline breakout, got a nice trend line marked up, several rejections along the way down, pretty clean. Then we get that break and retest here, which is also looking really clean. That doesn't mean too much. We've seen the cleanest of breakouts not play out. We've seen the least of clean breakouts play out, right? So I know that might add some confusion, but really, I guess patience is the key to solving that, right? So we got a clean looking breakout here. It doesn't mean all that much that it's like especially clean, but it does help. So we got that breakout, pulls back and rejects here at this support and at this trend line here, which is why I say it's clean. Pulled right back down to that level. And then it started to make a move coming on up. So that's not bad at all. Not bad at all. And we got some resistance here. So, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to looking for a buy above here either. All right. It's the end of the week. So, you know, take this with a grain of salt. I'm not actually going to be placing this trade today, you know, so hopefully we could see some opportunity next week, which I'm sure we will. But this is what I want to see above this level, right? Not this small of a breakout. I would want to see a bit more significant of one coming up to like at least around here. Then a pullback to some support where I could then look for the buy coming on up. Like I said, it's the end of the week here, so I'm not trying to hop in a fresh setup like this necessarily. I'm not opposed to it completely. Like, I'll hold trades through the weekend, like I said, but I usually don't expect the bigger moves coming into the end of the week here. So couldn't hurt to wait this one out, but it's a great setup. All right, let's head back over to AUD/JPY. All right, second entry is now in a bit of profit again. No top wick on the current candle, though, which I don't love. So I'm not going to expect it to just push right back down yet. It could, but more likely we're going to see it pull back up a little bit, whether it's to create a wick or push on up towards some resistance here. We'll see. But it's looking good. I like that it's not just like speeding up with some momentum here towards my stop loss. So overall setup still looking pretty good in that sense. All right, chat, we are looking good here. All right, chat, if you guys have any final questions or pairs you want me to pull up, let me know. Happy to pull it up, give my breakdown, answer your questions. Other than that, we're looking at a point here where we're just going to be patient with this one and let it ride, see what happens with it, all right? So, yeah, before we just pretty much sit back, relax, and let this thing run, feel free, any last questions you guys have for this morning and pairs you might be looking at that you want broken down, let me know. Happy to give you guys my best take on it. Usually just trade gold, but you're pretty new to this. That's, yeah, totally cool, Mike. I was pretty into trading gold primarily prior to this challenge. Then when I got back, or when I started doing this trading challenge here live on the stream, obviously I put gold a bit more on the back burner just because the risk is too high with a small $100 account. And since then, I've been trading a little bit more of these JPY pairs. I mean, I always like the JPY pairs, but I've been a little heavier on the JPY pairs than gold recently. It's been working for me, but gold's a great pair to trade as well. I mean, for me, gold, I mean, I have invested in gold a while ago and just hold long term. Day to day, I also like to trade gold. It's, like I said, been a bit less frequent, but I do like it. And I broke it down. The thing with gold is it's kind of just been pushing up, which makes it not really align as much with how I like to trade day to day. It's obviously great in the sense of the value of gold is increasing, but for what I'm looking to do here, it doesn't provide as many opportunities for me the way I like to trade day to day when we're just seeing it surge up like this. I mean, yeah, it has its opportunities, and depending on how you trade, it could have more or less, right? With my, I mean, if I'm scalping it more so, then it definitely does present its opportunities, and we got some nice continuation entries here along the way that are possible. Not that I actually entered. But yeah, for the most part, I've been putting gold a little bit on the back burner, and I think I'll probably keep it that way for a little bit. We are still pretty low on the account. The risk will be a bit high. Not too high to an uncomfortable amount with the size we've grown this account to, but I also don't love it. Like, I'm having some better setups elsewhere at the moment, so I've been kind of focusing more on those. But I'll keep bringing it back into the stream a little bit more as we have grown the account. And yeah, I'm sure we'll find some nice gold entries in the next little while. Euro USD short. Let's see. I'll take a look. Okay, I mean, so based on what I marked up yesterday, I was looking for the short. I said that I want to see this pullback up towards this level where I could then look for the short coming on down, all right? This looks like my first target, or like, yeah, I mean, I'm not targeting all the way down here initially. So this would be my target. If it breaks below this level, if it were to make this move and break below, then I would target lower, like down here. But for now, this level at like 1.16200-ish is my target. And yeah, pretty much we have some resistance up here. I don't remember where things exactly were when I marked this up, but I'm sure it probably had rejected up here once or twice, maybe 3 times. I don't know. It's come up and tested this resistance here like 5-6 times now. So that's good in my opinion, right? We see a nice top wick here, and it's still showing that it doesn't want to push on and break up above. It's struggling to break some resistance here, right? So can mark it up. It's a bit of a zone, remember, so resistance can be valid down here, a little bit higher as well, but generally got resistance in this zone here. And we're showing some strong signs of resistance, so I would be looking for that sell coming on down, targeting this level down here as the final target, right? We got some lower, or some levels of support, not quite as low as this, like lower than where we are now, but not as far, like some in between. Wow, I could have said that way better. You know what I mean? We got some additional key levels of support coming on down. Nothing too major, but we do have some significant levels that I think we could see struggle to break. So I would be looking to manage my trade accordingly if we see those levels reached and if I hop in a sell, right? Down in this area, we got some support. We got some support down a little bit lower like here. So if I hop in a sell and I'm looking at this pushing down towards those levels, I'm definitely trying to go risk-free, maybe secure profit depending on how things are looking. But generally looking for the sell here, all right? So yeah, you're on point, Oscar. In terms of timing on that, I'd be using the lower time frames and the higher time frames. Stop loss would have to be up above this resistance. And with the way things are looking now, I mean, the way the current candle looks, I'd probably still try and be a bit patient with it. Like, I think we could see it push on up a little bit further at least before being ready for that actual flip coming on down. So I'd probably wait that out a bit. Obviously, that would avoid some drawdown if we wait and see it pull back a bit, but I could also get a better entry, tighter stop loss, more potential profit. And yeah, I mean, just possibly avoid a poor entry. So overall, looking for the sell, probably waiting on a bit further of a pullback beforehand, and then would target that lower target down here off of that sell position, all right? Do I feel like the JPY pairs are less risky? In comparison to gold, I mean, probably. I mean, gold can move with some volatility. I don't know how to say that any different. Gold could be volatile for sure, and the risk is going to be higher. So in that sense, I would say it's a bit more risky to trade gold than some of these JPY pairs, all right? That's my take on it. Yeah, I mean, you can mitigate that risk. There are things you can do that can leave a JPY pair much more risky than gold, right? If I'm over-risking on a JPY pair, then that's going to make it much more risky. I mean, that's obvious, but still felt like I needed to say it. But generally speaking, gold is going to be more risky than trading these JPY pairs. You want to use good risk management as best you can all the time, but yeah. Awesome, Mike. Bitcoin. Yeah, I'll pull up Bitcoin. Let's see what's going on over there, all right? Bitcoin's been pushing up. I mean, I'm not giving you guys this perspective on a day trading, type of way. That's not really my thing here on Bitcoin or crypto for that matter at all. But nonetheless, I like to see Bitcoin pushing on up the way it is. And if I'm just breaking this down from an analysis standpoint, I mean, I'm expecting it to push on up further. But we are approaching some resistance here. Nearing this all-time highs, so we could see it break through and push those levels, or not, right? It could reject here and come back down. I can't tell the future on that one, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I like to see Bitcoin go up. I mean, to be honest, I'm not that knowledgeable on crypto. I got a decent understanding, and I'm pretty involved, but not as much over the last year and a half, just because I've been in crypto and I've lost 90% of my value in my account, and that's painful. So I try not to look at it and just ride it out. But I'll keep an eye on Bitcoin, like Ethereum and stuff like that. I'm not as invested. I'm not in Bitcoin at all. I had a lot in Ethereum and pulled it out for the most part and put it in much higher risk cryptos, which, whatever. Not the brightest idea, but who knows? I mean, it is what it is. I like to see crypto do well, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm under the understanding that I like alt. Well, I don't know. I don't love altcoins. I trade them or I have them because FOMO, I guess. People are catching huge flips on those, so I'm gonna do what I can to learn about it and get involved. But I don't follow it too much. But I don't know. There's something about Bitcoin dominance and how that needs to kind of go down to see things like Ethereum and those things pump. So I don't know all too much, but in that sense, I feel like we might want to see Bitcoin kind of be over with its giant pump, at least for me seeing those lower ones make some move. But I don't know. I mean, I like to see crypto as a whole do well. So we'll see what goes on with that. And don't take my word for anything too specific with that crypto stuff because I don't know everything about it. I know what I know, and clearly it hasn't worked out too great for me because I'm down bad, but we'll see. I mean, crypto, I also do like it. Crypto got me started. I started FOREX before crypto, but I got most of my capital initially through crypto back in 2020, 2021. And then I got out of crypto altogether for a couple of years and got back in 2023. Wow, I can't believe it's been that long now. Yeah, I got back in December or November 2023. And I put way too much into it, and now I just don't like to look at it. But yeah, that's crypto for me here. All right, let's carry on back over to AUD JPY, see what's up. But on a positive note, regarding my crypto, years ago, I got really lucky. I hopped in on some of the ones that got rug pulled and made massive moves beforehand and got out at the right time. This time around, I got into some safer low-cat crypto where they didn't get rugged. So, no one scammed it and took all the money and ran. So, it's not like I'm cooked, but it's just dipped heavily. So, I'm in one of those where it's I don't know. I still believe in the project. I like it. I'm going to hold it because it was so, the numbers it hit were astronomical, and I was just brain dead and did not pull it out. And I wrote it all the way back down to the bottom, which is what I said I would not do. So now we hold and cross our fingers and kind of just rule it out as zero. And if it goes well, then great. And back to the day-to-day stuff here on Forex. Let me get off the daily. Yeah, crypto's wild, chat. Crypto is wild. A lot of potential upside, but the risk is incredible. And it's important you don't believe what you see online completely. Like, there are so many people who hit big with crypto, and then there are people who don't. They mislead you. So, you know, don't try not to FOMO into crypto because you see people hitting it big, because you don't know what everyone's situation is, and you don't know how real any of that is either. But it has its opportunities for sure. I can't deny that, and I partake. So do your own research, and, you know, if you enjoy crypto, hell yeah. Make a Discord where we could discuss the chart ideas and stuff like that. I have made a Discord in the past, but I don't really like Discord, and it never really ends up being all that active when I do create it, and it's just a lot of management on my end. But we do have a new community on School, which allows the same things. So make sure you guys check out the School community pinned in the chat. It's also in the description below. It's completely free. I got some nice course content in there. There's tons of posts from myself. We got live calls every week. And you guys can make posts yourself about different trades, charts, all that stuff. Completely available, all for free in the new School community. So check that out. It's basically the Discord, just not on Discord, because I don't really like Discord, to be honest. I've never been the biggest Discord user. I have it, used it a little bit. We've experimented with it a bit with the community, but not a huge fan for it long term. So yeah, we moved over to School. Started a free community there, which basically does all the same stuff, but has some cool features in addition to that. So feel free to check it out. It's pinned down below and in the chat. Yeah, you can say what's up. I'll add you guys up into the free group. And yeah, you can check out our 10-day... I totally lost my train of thought for a second. You could check out our 10-day trading challenge, where you can build a strong foundation for yourself in Forex here. We have another one that you can unlock for free by just being active in the community. If you just start posting and engaging with other community members, you get points. And as you level up with your points for just engaging and posting and chatting, you'll unlock our next free course, which is on refining your entries and really dialing in your entry opportunities. So yeah, lots of free value in there. You guys can check it out if you'd like. Yeah, we're trying to make that a little bit more active, because the Telegram's great. I give you guys some good updates in there, but it's not as much of a community. The School is full-fledged community, and yeah, I love chatting with you guys in there, so feel free to join up. What time is it? 11:19. All right, so we're seeing it pull back down a little bit here. No top wick, so not the cleanest, but it doesn't necessarily mean that much. But I probably would expect it to come up a bit higher before being ready to come down. Check out the 15. Okay, I mean, we got a decent 15-minute candle closure where it's actually coming down, a little bit of a red candle there. And yeah, I mean, one thing I am taking away from this and that I do like seeing is that we're not pushing up with momentum up towards the stop loss, right? We're seeing it hold up in this area, which is good. We want to see this resistance hold up here. And, you know, from there, we see it flip and come down, ideally. That's the plan here, all right? All right, yeah, that's the deal here, chat. If you guys have any last questions or pairs you want me to pull up, let me know. Happy to take a look and answer you guys' questions as best I can. And then, yeah, we'll pretty much just be patient with this one and let it do its thing. But so far, we got a good opportunity here, and I'm ready to stack another opportunity if the opportunity presents itself. Most likely won't be today, but I'm not opposed to it. We'll see. What's up, Dark Lion? Welcome to the stream. What's up? What's up? You guys can hear me all right, right? I got my mic off to the side. I can't put it too close, otherwise I can't use the keyboard. So let me know. Can you guys hear me all good? Am I too quiet? Let me know. I'm trying to project my voice a little bit because of its distance away. When am I anticipating the pullback? What do you mean, Mike? Like, when am I, like, pull back up higher before it's ready to come down? Let me know what you mean, and I'll give you a better answer. You're from India. Awesome. Darkline, I'm from Toronto, Canada. Do I keep the trade going for the weekend? Most likely. You know, I want to see how this develops, but I plan on holding it through the weekend, assuming all things remain good and clean here. If it's like right up by my stop loss, I mean, at that point, who knows? Maybe I just say, I'll leave it. But yeah, I'm going to say most likely. I could end up closing it out early, but I'm going to say unlikely. So yeah, I'll probably end up holding this. The plan was and is to hold it through the weekend. Obviously, things can change, but that's the intention here. You don't really look at this and know how fast or slow it moves. So yeah, I mean, it's moving a little bit slow. Excuse me. It doesn't have to, though. It has its moments of strong pushes coming up. I'm sure it will have its moments of strong pushes coming down. Just how it goes, right? It's just moving sideways a little bit right now, but that's just what's going to happen. But I try and look at it in a positive way. If it's moving sideways but looking good, then I can add more entries. And if I add more entries, we can make much more profit. So, I'm not opposed to it. Like, if you look at the last few trades I've taken, we've entered so many positions here. Took one loss on the Euro JPY sell, even though it was a winning setup. I just had my stop loss at the wrong level. Before that, we got plenty more wins on CAD JPY. Lost a couple GJs, and yeah, so on and so forth. But yeah, I don't even remember the point of what I was showing you guys that for was. Oh yeah, I was just saying how we can, if it kind of pulls back and ranges and takes its time, I could look for more entries like I did on these other trades, and those worked out very well. So that's the goal. All right, chat. Last opportunity to get some questions in. Any pairs you guys might want broken down, let me know, and I'm happy to answer that and break it down. What's going on? Profit target is going to be profit target on the challenge or profit target on the trade? Let me know. I'll answer both, actually. Profit target on the trade, I want to see it come down to this level down here. The monetary profit target, I don't really have one. I've entered multiple trades here and could end up entering more. So yeah, the numbers in my head in that sense, I'm not too sure off the top of my head. But if we see this come all the way down, it should be a pretty strong W. If it takes me out, it should be like a $10, $15 loss, which, whatever. And yeah, that's the deal. The profit target on the challenge here is 1,000. We're going to try and go from 100 to 1,000. And then from there, we'll go from 1,000 to 10,000, because why not, right? Yeah, of course, Mike. That's what I'm here to do. If you guys have any more questions, feel free. Let me know. Okay, yeah, the trade. So profit target down here is 95,133. The monetary value of that, I'm not too sure off the top of my head. I mean, I guess I can check. Assuming I just let both these trades run and hit the final target, don't enter any more, and don't close off any partials at any time, then this the second entry could give me 60 profit. The first one could lead to about 40 profit. So that'd be like $100 profit if both of these trades go all the way down and I don't do anything except let them hit that target. And the risk is probably decently high. 10 on that one, 5 on that one. So like 15, 16. So pretty much what I said, which I'm comfortable with. It's about 2.5% on that one and about 3.5% on this one, which actually isn't that bad at all. I thought it was possibly a bit higher than that. So I'm totally cool with that. So yeah, we're looking at about like 5-ish% risk on this. Nothing too crazy. It's about a pretty good sweet spot for what I'm looking for here at the moment. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Hope that helps. What time is it? 11:26. All right, a little bit of a green candle coming off here on the 15th and the 30 here that we're seeing. Flipping up a little bit. That's totally cool. Now we just wait and see, all right? Probably expecting this pullback before it comes down, like I said, but that'd be great. Do I tend to re-enter at high prices like now? Yes, I do. So it depends. I'm not going to hop in right now because it's pulling up, but like if we see it having pulled up and then it's like rejecting and looking like it's going to come back down, then I throw in the entry. Like over here, it pulled back up, but we have this resistance up here and it looked like it was going to come back down. So I hop in another one then because it's not on the way up. It's at that point and then ready to come down, hopefully. So, you know, if we could see it pull on up even towards here and then show that rejection like it wants to flip, then I'd hop in another. But as it's pushing up is not what I'm looking for the re-entry. All right, Chad, any more questions or pairs before I let this thing run with you guys and just stay patient? You're interested to see when I'll re-enter, but all good. When I re-enter, I will let you guys know, all right? I'll let you guys know here on stream. I'll let you guys know in the Telegram. And yeah, you know what I got to do? I got to add a link to the Telegram back to the stream because we do want to move over to the school, but I feel like Telegram is still a good updates channel. Like that's just a better place for me to be like, okay, this is what's going on. Come check out the stream, right? As opposed to the school, which is more community, like it's not as much for like an update like that, but I can still post updates like that, so we'll see. But yeah, I'll let you guys know for sure when I look to enter another trade, if I do. I definitely intend to. I don't know if it'll be today, it could be next week, we'll see. But good setup here overall. A little bit of a pullback, but that's totally fine. It just opens the opportunity for a better entry, which can bring my average entry up even higher, right? My first entry was at 0.98. And now because I entered this other trade up here, this one's actually a higher lot, so my average entry is even a little bit higher and better. But I just put it down here for the simpler math, I think. But yeah, that's the deal. That is the deal. All right, chat, I'm going to be back with you guys in a little while with some updates. I'm going to stay patient for the next bit, let this thing run and do its thing, and if anything serious is going on, you guys will be the first to know. I'll let you guys know exactly how I'm playing it and what I'm going to do, and we'll go from there. But for now, I'm going to let it run. It's a good setup. It's a clean trade. A little bit of drawdowns never scared me off of a setup here like this. We're looking good, and I'll be back with some updates with you guys shortly, all right? Have a great morning or afternoon or even nighttime, depending on where you guys are tuning in from, and I'll be back with some updates soon, all right? Thanks again for tuning in, chat. I really appreciate you guys showing up. Very active chat today, which I love. It makes it much more enjoyable for me, and I'm sure you guys as well, when we can just chat and watch the chart together. Passes the time. You know, we can learn a thing or two. It's just great, and I hope to see you guys back here, you know, stream after stream, where we can keep running it up, having some great trades, some great sessions. And yeah, I really appreciate it, chat. This is one of my favorite streams we've had in a long time, and I only intend to go up from here with you guys, all right? I'll be back with you guys in a little bit with some updates, like I said, and I'll catch you guys then, all right? Take care, everyone.
much.